All right, better? You're still not hearing me. Don, can you hear me? Welcome, everybody. My name is Dave Harden. I'll be your host this evening for the Einstein Retirement Workshops version of the Social Security Filing Strategy Workshop. I need to do a quick audio check. If you would be so kind, if you're on, thanks for joining early. If you'd use the chat function on the right side of your screen and just let me know that you can hear me. We've got a couple different channels, so I need several of you to do this. It would be really, really helpful for us so we can get going forward. I have some trivia we can do as soon as we get this done to keep you entertained until the top of the hour, which isn't that far away. But if you can hear my voice, let me know that you can hear me. Just give me a thumbs up or sounds good or audio is fine. I'm in Pennsylvania tonight. If you want to tell me where you're at, that would be great. Just what state you're in. I always like to see that. And we'll go from there. All right. Anybody out there that can hear me, if you can hear my voice, I really appreciate it if you could just give me a thumbs up. Let me know that you can hear me. All right. If you've just joined, I'm just trying to do a quick audio check so we can get started. If you can hear my voice, any kind of help, just let me know that you can hear me. A thumbs up, something to tell me that my voice is coming through. We don't have that many people on, so if you're on listening to me, I'm probably speaking to you. It would be really helpful if you could let me know that you can hear my voice. There you go. The real Salazar. I think that's Salazar's. I might be misreading it. But thanks so much. Looks like you're YouTube. Great. Anybody from, say, Facebook? If you're on Facebook and listening to me, a quick thumbs up or audio good. There you go. Thanks, Charles. Appreciate it so much. All right. We are audio good. Thanks, Deb. Appreciate it. Okay. I'll ask our tech team. Thanks, Charles, again. Appreciate it. Oh, you're on Facebook. Good. Let's pull up the trivia, and I will, and you can minimize me a little, and we'll do a quick bout of trivia until the top of the hour. There we go. All right. This is just very simple trivia, all about Social Security. I'll read the questions. They're all multiple choice, so super easy for you to participate. They're all A, B, C, or D are the answers. You can put your answer in the chat function, just like we did for the audio check, and then we'll get going. All right, here's the first one. The first three numbers of your Social Security number are derived how? Did they come from, everybody's got 9 numbers, 3, then 2, then 4. Those first 3, where do they come from? Is it the zip code of your birth city? Is it the zip code of the issuing Social Security office? Is it that they're random? Or is it the state where you were born? I think it's Marie from East Hartford. Appreciate it. What do you think? A, B, C, or D? A is zip code of your birth city. B, zip code of the issuing Social Security office. C, random. D, state where you were born. What do you think it is? A, B, C, or D? That's interesting. Got some A's. Got some C's. There's several D's. I'm assuming 4 is D, so we'll go for that. So I think D's are winning right now. Interesting. All right. We'll do a quick drum roll here, and let's look at the answer. It's B. Did anybody have B? There's another D. There you go. It's the zip code of the issuing Social Security office. So if you're like me, if you're a baby boomer, and I'm assuming you all are, you went someplace when you got a job, because we didn't get them when we were born, even though our kids probably did. You went to some place, an office, and that location was actually representative of the first 3 numbers. Their zip code represents the first 3 numbers of your Social Security number. If you and your brother or sister went to the same place, there you have the same exact first 3 numbers that you do. All right. Why have more than 40,000 people, excuse me, claimed 078051120 as their Social Security number? Is it A, that number was stolen and sold over 40,000 times? B, the Social Security machine got stuck on that number and issued it to 40,000 different people? Or C, it was a copy of a real Social Security card number that was included in a wallet sold at Woolworths to thousands and thousands of people? It's an interesting one. What do you think? A, B, or C? Again, first one is stolen number, sold. Second one is randomly just machine got stuck and kept printing out the same number when people got new Social Security numbers. And then final one is a copy of a wallet sold to thousands of people at Woolworths. What do you think? A, B, or C? That's interesting. Lots of A's. Lots of A's. No D on this one. A lot of C's. C's and A's. Nobody's picking B. Interesting. Okay. All right. There we go. Let's take a look. There we go. It's C. We'll put this in the strange but true category. This is an actual story in the 60s of an ad exec at Woolworths prepping a wallet to go, marketing exec, go to market it. And he wanted to put stuff in it, like the picture frames that come with pictures of people who aren't your family. And he borrowed a Social Security card from his assistant, put it in there, sent it to the printer, and forgot to tell the printer that was a real card. Don't use it. That's how it happened. Strange but true. All right. Under what circumstances can you get a new Social Security card number, a Social Security number issued to you? You can get a card easy. You can do it actually online. But How can you get a new number? Is it A, religious or cultural issues with certain numbers? B, you're experiencing the ongoing issue of being the victim of identity theft? C, the number enables people to harass or endanger your life? Or D, all of the above? So A, B, C, or D? See, I said people are getting B's really quickly here. So A is religious or cultural issues. B is you're experiencing issues of identity theft. C it allows people to harass or endanger your life. D, all of the above. See some A's, see some B's, see some D's. Interesting. All right. All right, we'll give it 5 more seconds here. Oh, slurry of D's and C's. Okay. All right. Let's take a peek. It's D. So, in a sense, if you picked A, B, or C, you're still right. Every one of those qualifies as well, but all of them do. Any one of those will get you a new number. Now, that means that the Social Security Department will issue you the number. That'll take care of the IRS and Social Security. You're going to have to talk to the credit bureau, tell them what happened, prove that you did it, and probably a whole lot of other people too. All right. Marie, hop off and hop back on. That often works. Okay. What year was the first Social Security benefit paid? A, 1936, $28.17. B, 1937, $19.67. Or C, 1940, for $22.54. Now, I'll give you a little bit of information that might be helpful. Many of you probably know this. Social Security was signed into law in 1935 by President Roosevelt. So was it A, 1936, B, 1937, C, 1940? All right. That's interesting. See some C's, more C's. Interesting. There's an A, another A, another A. Now, Ampy, you answered C and then A. You got your bases covered. All right, some more A's. All right, let's give it 5 more seconds here. This is probably going to be our last question because we're right at the top of the hour. Okay. All right, let's look. It's C. It's 1940. Now, you might ask, why in the world they wait 5 years? But here's the interesting answer. Social Security is self-funded. It collects the money and then pays out the money. So there was no money to pay out in 1935. They had to collect it first. And they didn't want to start paying people and then have to stop. So they needed to collect enough money to make sure that they could do that without having to stop in the future. All right. We are good. I'm going to ask our tech team to pull up the actual workshop because we're at the top of the hour. Okay. Bear with me here. There we go. All right. Thanks, everybody, for joining. My name's Dave Harden. I'll do a more formal introduction in just a moment. Let me just do a little bit of housekeeping. I want to let you know this takes about an hour and 20 minutes. I'm asked that question frequently. So this is a great time to, if you need to go to the restroom or you need a pen or a paper or a pencil or a writing implement, something like that, it would be great. Ampy's saying she can't hear me. Can anybody else hear me? Anybody can, if you can hear me, just give me a quick heads up in the chat section. It might be Ampy's problem, or it could be everybody's problem. We'll see which it is. Ampy, try turning up your actual volume, your speakers, and she still can't hear us. Joe, yes, you can hear us. Oh, yes, you can hear. So, Ampy, this looks like a problem that you're having on your end. Everybody else can hear. So we're going to move on. If you might want to try hopping off and hopping back on, check your volume, do a quick search. What do I do if I can't hear on my computer speakers? All right. So where was I? This takes about an hour and 20 minutes, at the end of which I'm going to do, I always do, a pretty extensive Q&A, a question and answer period. Here's how you can help us. If you know what you want to ask, if you've got a question, if something in the actual workshop triggers a question in your mind, don't hesitate, go right to the chat function and just type it in. That way, when we start the Q&A, we'll have questions in the queue. We won't have to wait for everybody to start typing and take another 4 or 5 minutes before we get questions. So it won't drag it on. That would be really, really helpful for us. And it will make everybody's experience that much better. Okay, let me get started here. All right. Again, my name is Dave Harden. I am a registered financial consultant at RFC. That is a designation from the IARFC, the International Association of Registered Financial Consultants. It is a designation for retirement planning and investment management in retirement. I also carry the NSSA. That's the only college accredited designation for Social Security and taxes in the country. Little less than 2,000 people, advisors, have that throughout the country. I'm always stunned at that number. About 1 million people consider themselves retirement planners. I don't know how you do that without understanding Social Security and the impact on taxes in retirement. It's a huge, huge deal. But that being said, I'm also the author of the Social Security Workbook. Many of you have signed up expecting to get that. You'll get that at the end of the evening tonight. And I am the author of that. I'm very proud of the work that we've done. I think we've passed out more than 100,000 of those. And it's gotten just great reviews. That being said, as a matter of course, I own a registered advisory firm, a registered investment advisory firm, an RIA, named City Center Advisors. We have offices in a couple different locations. We have one in Michigan, one in Colorado. We've been incredibly successful. I own that with my son. We have a multitude of advisors that work for us. I think this morning was 1,236 client accounts spread over 43 different states. We've been successful beyond my wildest dreams. I'll explain why maybe later, but I want to make sure that I need to disclose this. I'm required to do that, but I want to put you at ease a little. I'm not here to talk about investments tonight. I'm not going to give you tips on stocks, and that's not what we're going to talk about. We're going to focus on Social Security, what it does, and the taxes that affect it. And for that reason, we're going to move on. But I needed to tell you this because I'm required to. All right. Why are we here? Why is Social Security such a big deal? Every day, 10,000 baby boomers turning 65. More than 70,000 a week, more than 280,000 a month. In fact, this year, this 10,000 has been true for almost a decade, but this year it's almost 11,000. Last year, 3.64 million people turned age 65, and it's going to continue for the next 10 or 11 years. It's a huge deal. But maybe more important than this is the fact that 65% of retired middle-income Americans, that's half, more than half of us, almost 2/3 of us, derive more than half of their retirement income from Social Security. Social Security plays a vital, important role in our retirements. You can't get away from it. And then since 1985, American corporations have eliminated more than 84,000 pensions. I don't mean 84,000 people. I mean 84,000 corporations. Some of them had more than 100,000 employees. One day those employees had a pension. The next day they said, no, we're not doing that anymore. When I first started in the industry in the late 70s, we referred to retirement as the three-legged stool. Your Social Security, your pension, and your savings. These days, it's just a two-legged stool for the vast majority of us. And then maybe the most concerning statistic I'm going to tell you tonight, 46.1% of Americans, that's nearly half of us, currently pass away with less than enough to fund their own funeral. We died pretty much broke. Now, it would be great. My stepfather used to joke about the last check he wrote, he hoped would bounce. But that's not what I'm talking about, because timing just doesn't work that way. What happens is that we end up broke long before we are out of this world. And that is a disturbing statistic. And if you don't know why that happens, and I wouldn't be surprised if you don't, it's one of those things that you've got to be curious about, because if you don't find out, if you don't check this out, if you don't understand why this is happening so frequently, how in the world do you prevent it from happening to you? It's one of the things that we'll talk about tonight. I think you'll be surprised at the reason. All right. Do you insure your home? Of course you do. Your car. I live in Pennsylvania. I don't have a choice. How about your health? Yeah. Of course you do. It's called Medicare. If you're over 65, you're here talking about Social Security. It's how you insure it. And it's interesting because your insurance policy, your health insurance policy, is a government-sponsored health insurance policy called Medicare. Nothing wrong with that. And then you might ask the same question about your retirement. Same thing applies there. Social Security is an insurance policy. It's a government-sponsored retirement insurance policy, and you've paid dearly for it. I always get concerned when I hear people talk about Social Security as an entitlement. There are parts of it that are. If you work for 5 years, you get disabled, and you collect a check for the rest of your life, you took part in an entitlement. But if you pay 40 years, 50 years of your hard-earned money into Social Security to get a check that's compensatory with the amount that you paid in, that's not an entitlement. That's an earned benefit. And that's exactly what Social Security is for the vast majority of us. So look, when you're planning your Social Security, the first question is, how long are you going to live? Because when you choose Social Security, it has a lot to do with what you think your longevity is going to be. Or at least most of us think that's true. Here's the thing. This is census data. If you're a single male age 65, you today have a 50% chance of living to 85. Probably doesn't surprise anybody. You have a 25% chance of living to 92. Now, most guys that I know do not think they're going to live over 90. But this is a 1 in 4 chance. If you're a single female age 65, 50% chance today that you are going to make it to 88. 25% chance, 1 in 4% chance, 1 in 4 chance that you make it to 94. And if you're a couple, two people who care about each other, age 65 couple, the male in that couple has a 50% chance he's living to 92. He just doubled the odds of making it to 92. And the female, listen to this, a 50% chance you're living to 97 today. See, people go, wait a minute, I thought the life expectancy was like 80, 79, 80, 81. Yeah, from birth. That includes infant mortality. That includes those crazy things that you and I did when we were teenagers that we don't know how we lived through. That includes all that. It includes early childhood diseases. It includes all that. But once you make it to 65, it's surprising how long we live. This is one of those things that you have to take into account when you're figuring out how long you might live and how you should take your Social Security. This is Ethel Carterham. And I apologize. I need to change this. She's 116, not 115. She's the oldest living person in the world. She is followed. There's this long line of people going back to, I can't think of her first name, but her last name is Brown, who lived in Jamaica. This is probably about 6 or 7 years ago. She died at 122. Jean Comet died at 127. She was French. What's really interesting right now is Naomi Whitehead. Ethel is English. She's British. But Naomi Whitehead is 115. She's the second oldest living person in the world. In fact, she turns 116 in August. She's from America. She's an American citizen. In fact, Americans are living longer and longer and longer. Now, many of you know this because you have parents, they call us the sandwich generation for a reason. Our kids have moved back into the basement and our parents are upstairs and we're taking care of both of them in some way or the other. It's just who we are. Or, like my wife's mother, who lived with us for a long time, and then she tried to set the house on fire trying to make dinner for us one night when we were 15 minutes late to switch out with a caretaker. And we had to put her in an assisted living facility. But my wife visited her every single day. It's a huge burden, but we do it. It's sort of who we are. But here's the thing. We're living longer and longer and longer. And you have to factor that in. I guarantee you there's a lot of people on here tonight. I guarantee you there's somebody here with parents or grandparents over 100. It's just who we are. It's what's happened. And when we're factoring in that, we have to consider that we might live longer than we think we should or would, or longer than we actually want to. I'll tell you this, though. I've been doing this a really long time. People who tell me at 70, I don't want to live to 90. At 89, all of a sudden, 90 looks really good. And at 90, 91 looks even better. We are built to want to keep going. It's just who we are. I don't mean always, but the vast majority of us fall into that category. Here's what we're going to cover today. Benefit basics, how Social Security works, strategies for married couples, options for divorced individuals, options for widows and widowers. Now, if you're single and you're going, what about me? Wait a minute. There's plenty here for you. All of these, look, Social Security was made for the single person. These are the offshoots. But do you see that word taxes? Man, do you got to pay attention to this. Everybody here does. It is the burden of baby boomers right now. And most of us are unaware or don't know how it works. And it is to your detriment if that's the case. It's one of those things that you really have to have a handle on. And you need to have it early in your retirement or before you retire is absolutely better. And then why it's so important to coordinate your benefits. All right. How do the basics work? You need to qualify for a benefit, a retirement benefit. You needed to work at a Social Security cover job, a place where you paid into Social Security, and then your employer matched that. Then they take the highest prorated 35 years of earned wages to calculate your Social Security benefit. They add them all up. They prorate them first. Then they add those all up, the top 35, not in an order, not the first 35 or the last 35 or the middle. Each individual year is measured by the prorated amount, and then they take the top 35, the largest 35 of them, add them all together, and then divide by 35. Pretty simple. But here's a caveat. What if I don't have 35? What if I have 34? Well, they do the same thing. They prorate them or from the actual time. For instance, if you were thinking about 1982 and you made $25,000, you got to multiply that times about four and a half. So almost $130,000. And then if you think that's a good year, that's great, but it has to be one of the top 35. If you worked last year and you made 125, it's not enough to replace that one because that doesn't get any proration at all. So they add those up. But if you only had 34 years, they add it all up and then they still divide by 35. You got 30 years. They add those up and they still divide by 35. Why is that a problem? Well, if you're retiring and you don't have 35 years, if you haven't checked to make sure that you have 35 years and you actually have some zeros in there, if you know anything about math, you start adding zeros to a division problem, boy, does it change the number. It lowers it dramatically. The average just shoots way down. And that's the number that your Social Security is based on. Now, why do I say check to make sure you have 35? Maybe you worked 50 years. Well, I've had clients that walked into my office, and after about 10 minutes of having a conversation, based on what they did and what they've done for so long, I said, something doesn't make sense. And we checked their Social Security record, and sure enough, there was a 9-year period of time, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. What happened? Nothing. I worked. I paid my taxes. I don't know what's going on. Turns out we pull a 4506T. That's a request from the IRS for his tax transcripts for that year. And lo and behold, they're there. Guess what? He paid them to his employer, but the employer didn't send them to the IRS. He pocketed them. If you've worked for a small employer in your lifetime and you haven't checked this yet, boy, you should. This happens way more often than people realize. Here's the problem. If you don't catch this and you file, you're done. It's your responsibility to do this. That's why you get these letters from the Social Security Administration saying, check your records, check your records. It is important that you realize they're very serious about this. They're not going to check them for you. It's your responsibility, and it could make thousands and thousands, tens and tens of thousands of dollars of difference in how much you collect. Now, you need 40 credits to get a complete retirement benefit. A credit is 1 quarter, January, February, March, April, May, June, and so on. 40 credits, 40 quarters, that's 10 full years. But it doesn't have to be in a row. It could be spread out over 50 years, 1 quarter a year for 40 years. It doesn't matter. As long as you have those 40 credits, you qualify. Now, there used to be some exclusions and reductions, but last year, there was these things called the WP and the GPO. The WP is the windfall elimination provision. GPO is the government pension offset. These took your Social Security benefits, either reduced them or took them away because you might have had another pension from a government source. Maybe you worked for the federal government and you put in 35 years and you have a wonderful pension, but you retired at 55 and you decided to go out and work in the private sector and you started paying into Social Security all of a sudden. 10 years later, you're ready to really retire. And now you've got a Social Security benefit and your pension. Nice job. But the WP and the GPO would say, hey, you're double dipping. We're going to reduce your Social Security. Won't touch your pension, but we'll reduce it. Well, here's the problem. You and your employer paid every dime for you to earn that. How in the world was that fair? It wasn't. Sometimes, particularly for widows, they would take the whole benefit away. Well, this has been going on for decades. Congress last year decided to undo this, to unwind it, to pay it back. They should have paid it back forever, but they paid it back to December of 23 and then caught you up, and then you started getting the full check after that. So that no longer applies to you. And we have this in the book. In the workbook. It'll explain it if you were measured by this. But if you've been on this or had this affect you, it has been rectified and you have been caught up already. So I won't belabor this. How does Social Security work? You put in 6.2% of every paycheck you have up to a total income of 184,500. Now, that may change. We'll talk about that in a little while, but that's the current amount, 184,500. It goes up every year. In 2014, that was about 118,000, sorry. But it goes up every year. It's slated to continue to go up into the 2050s, and it will eventually hit $1 million. But it's far from that now. Your employer matches that 6.2%. So it is a total of 12.4%. Every single paycheck you've ever earned, 12.4% of that has been paid on your behalf into Social Security Administration. And I say paid on your behalf. You've paid it and your employer has paid it. Now, if you're self-employed, you know the bad news. You paid all of it with zero discount. Today's contributions cover today's benefits. Social Security is a pay-as-you-go system. You'll hear this in Social Security lingo. It's called a pay-go system, but it's a pay-as-you-go system. By that I mean the money that you and I put into Social Security through our paychecks and our employer's paying for it, goes into the system this month in June. In July, all of that money pays out. It goes to pay the current recipients. Been that way since its inception in 1935. It was set up, President Roosevelt signed it into law with the intent of paying people who were over 65 at that time, even though they'd never put a nickel into it. Why? It was the Great Depression, and seniors were getting killed. And there weren't that many of them. In fact, you couldn't get a benefit in 1935 unless you were at least 65 years old. And the life expectancy was 63. So it was a much smaller amount of people. So our grandparents paid into that system and covered their parents. And then our parents paid in and covered our grandparents. And then we covered our parents and grandparents. Each of those successive generations was larger and larger and larger than the one before. Baby boomers were way bigger. In fact, in the Reagan administration, way back in the 80s, there was a point in time where there were as many as 40 people paying into Social Security for every single recipient receiving it. Think about that. Now, here's the problem. This makes you worry about one thing. Solvency. Anybody know how many millennials there are? I mean, how many baby boomers are there? 77 million of us. There are more millennials, but only 81 million. It certainly isn't 40 to 1. How is this sustainable? Well, interestingly, back in the 80s, we put tons of money in a thing called a trust fund because we were paying way more in than needed to be paid out. And the trust fund has paid every dime that we've needed to pay, but there's deep concern because there isn't enough to sustain that. So solvency is a big issue. I have a very different take on this than most of the people that you hear on the internet. I am absolutely in a different court. I've studied this. I pay attention to everything out there. I'm going to give you my take, but let me tell you some facts about this first, because it's imperative you understand this. 1983 was a super important year for Social Security and for baby boomers. It's the year that Congress said, we got a problem here. when we do the math, there's a period of time where baby boomers are going to break the system. What do we do? So in 83, they changed some laws. Here's the first law they changed. That when they recognized it was in the red, they had Social Security send a letter to every single one of you. Now, I don't know if you remember the letter. You actually received it in August of 1983. And my wife and I got ours on the same day. I was stunned to get it. Let me paraphrase what it said. Welcome, future Social Security recipient. Since its inception, Social Security's full retirement age, FRA, has always been 65. But if you're born after 1943, before or through 1954, it's not 65 anymore, it's 66. And if you were born after 1954, for each year add 2 months. So 55 is 66 in 2 months, 56, 66 in 4 months, until you get to birth year 1960, where it will cap out at 66 in 12 months or 67. And then everybody 1960 or later is full retirement age 67, 2 years later than it was at its inception for all of your parents and grandparents. Now, I don't know if you remember the letter. I remember it distinctly. I remember going to work the next day and having a conversation at the water cooler, coffee. I was drinking a lot of coffee back then, so it was probably the coffee pot. And I'm voicing my concern, and out of the blue, somebody 10 feet away from us overheard me and sort of mockingly looked at me and said, "Hey, what are you worried about Social Security for? It's never going to be there when you retire anyway." As if there was no chance, with great disdain. And then they walked away. And I thought, oh my gosh, could that be possible? Turns out they were dead wrong. That wasn't even my concern, by the way, when I was having the conversation. It wasn't about solvency. It was about how many more letters am I going to get? Am I going to get another letter in 5 years that says, no, not 67, 68? And another 5 years after, no, not 68, 70. And maybe 10 years later, no, not 70, 75. Was I shooting at a moving target? That was my question. Turns out I've never gotten another letter, and neither have you. They've never changed that. But there's certainly issues about solvency. This is an interesting time. Social Security just released, literally last Friday, the Social Security Trust Fund did its audit, and annually they tell you what's happening. This says it's fully funded through 2035. We haven't fixed it since then. It's third quarter of 2034. And interestingly, the 83 cents, it roughly works at 83 cents on the dollar after that. That was true last year. It's true this year. They have enough to pay 83 cents of every benefit for as far as we can see. So this is not a Social Security's out of money problem. This is a Social Security doesn't have enough to pay the full benefit. It's a 17-cent problem. So look, there are multiple proposals. And the Senate subcommittee on this just had a meeting about 5-6 weeks ago, and they are getting very serious. For the first time in literally my lifetime, I realized that they're actually ready to do something, and they're about to. And a former director of the Social Security Administration just released a statement today on a strategy that he believes they should enact immediately that will fix a significant part of it. There are 4 basic proposals. One of them is his. It's not his proposal, but he's saying he's advocating for it. Let me go through them real quick. Here's the first one. Increase the minimum retirement age. Right now, you can retire as early as 62. What if we change that to 64 or 65? That helps a little. It does not solve the problem. Increase the full retirement age. Right now, your full retirement age is 66 or 67. What if we bump that to 70 or 72? Well, there's a grandfather clause in Social Security that says they their rule of thumb is that they can't change somebody's benefits after they reach the ripe old age of 55. So it wouldn't fix the problem for us. Might fix it for our kids or grandkids, but there would still be this huge gap. Here's the one that absolutely fixes the problem. Increase the payroll tax. Right now, we pay 6.2, our employer matches that for a total of 12.4. 5 years ago, the OMB did a study that said a 1% increase, 0.5% to you, 0.5% to your employer would have fixed this for the next almost 70 years. They didn't do it. So it would be more now. Every year they wait, it would be more. But something's got to be done. Here's the only other thing, and it's not on the sheet. It's actually what the former director suggested today. Right now, we only collect Social Security tax on $184,500 of income. Bump that up. Bump it up a big amount. Make it $1 million. Make it $5 million. Make it $100 million. Who cares? Start taxing on all of their income. If we did that unlimitedly, almost fixes the problem completely. I mean, really, completely. Now, look, I want you to understand how big a deal this is, but I also want you to understand it's not going to happen. I mean, they're going to fix it, but they're not going to stop paying you. And here's why I know that. I was at a conference last year. There was actually only part of it was about Social Security, but two former directors of the Social Security Administration were there, not the one that made this suggestion. And they both they did this wonderful workshop, and then they did a Q&A, just like I'm going to do this evening. And the first question was absolutely, everybody knew it was going to be about solvency because it's the topic of our time. And both of them said the same thing. Not going to run it, not going to not pay benefits, not going to not pay all benefits. How do you know? We just know. Well, how are they going to do that? Don't know. Don't know. The worst case scenario is they just raise the debt. But then the first one said this, look, in COVID, 5 years ago, in the middle of COVID, at the very beginning of COVID, in the first 2 weeks of COVID, our Congress passed a law spending $5 trillion with a T, dollars on COVID relief through programs to help businesses and individuals, giving them thousands and tens of thousands and some hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars out of the sky, blue air. They didn't pay for it. They didn't earn it. None of it was paid back. Worst case scenario is you paid tax on it the following year. Oh, isn't that terrible? I'll take all the free money I can get if I have to pay tax on it. That does not bother me at all. But they just paid it out. Not a single recipient of that earned it, paid for it, contributed to it in any way, shape, or form. You spent 40 years, some of you 50 years, earning your Social Security benefit. Do you really think they're going to take and not pay you 100% of what you were promised? This wasn't hey, and by the way, you didn't earn a phantom benefit. You earned a specific benefit with rules about what you get and how you get it. And look, they don't pay you more than you earned ever. That's the first guy. The second guy said this, and it's even more compelling. Here's the problem. If they don't pay you, well, here's why they can't not pay you. It's an obligation of the United States government backed by the full faith and credit of the government. If our government didn't pay its debts, the system collapses. Can you imagine if this month people went to go collect treasury bills and the government said, oh, we're only going to give you 83 cents on the dollar because we don't have it? What do you think would happen? In a week, our country would be financially dead. The dollar would be worthless. Depression would set in. It can't happen. The full faith and credit, our entire financial fiscal system depends on it being done. It would demolish everything we know about America. We would be a third world country overnight. It can't happen. Here's the third one, and I'll tell you this is mine. Medicare doesn't have enough money to pay its benefits right now. It hasn't had for years and years and years. The trust fund, the Medicare trust fund, pays a big portion of it, but the rest, guess who pays? The general fund of the United States Treasury. Already happening. So when they tell you, oh, they're going to cut your benefit, that's happening right now with Medicare. And nobody's telling you, oh, we can only pay 83 cents on the dollar. You have to cover the rest. Nobody's saying that. They just pay it because you earned it. They have no choice. So when you hear these people who are on the internet telling you, oh, you better take your benefits as early as possible because the government's going to run out of money. You have to understand why they are motivated to do that. And I will tell you this right now. If I put out a video, hundreds of thousands of people have seen us do these workshops. But I know guys, there are many guys out there that do this, but I know there's one out there, I always laugh at it, who drives around, no credentials, no background in finance, no background in Social Security, but he has an opinion and he makes it sound really compelling. He drives around in a Winnebago, stops at places that are scenic, gets out and pulls out his iPhone and does a recording and then posts it on YouTube telling you that the government's running out of money. You better take your Social Security ASAP. And in a week, he'll have 1 million views. Now, I know what his motivation is to do that. You get 1 million views on YouTube, you make a lot of money. He's funding his own retirement. But he's trying to ruin yours in the process. He doesn't understand what he's saying. And he has nothing to back it up other than if they stop paying you, you will have lost. Yeah, well, if they stop paying us, there's a much bigger problem than what we have or don't have. Our country's in trouble in a worse way than you can imagine. This will be fixed. Don't let them control how you think about it. Okay. How do you get your benefit? You get your full retirement age benefit, either 66 or 67. If you get 100% of it. If you file early as 62, you can take your retirement age benefit as early as 62, but you get less, 75% of your benefit. You give back a quarter of it. And then if you delay, for each year you delay, you get what's called a DRC, a delayed retirement credit of 8%. Now, it's actually 2/3 of 1% per month. You don't have to wait a full year to get something. You get 2/3 of 1% per month. 8 times 2/3 is 8, or 12 times 2/3 is 8%. Well, those are not, by the way, they're not compounded, but they are stacking. So 8% plus 8% plus 8% plus 8%, 132%. The difference between taking it at 70 and getting 132% or taking it at 62 and taking the 75% is at 70, you walk away with 177% more than if you'd have taken it at 62. That's like getting a full retirement age benefit 100% and your 62 benefit on top of it. It's a huge amount. You cannot underestimate long term how that will affect you. And by the way, The longer you live, it's one of the reasons I make sure you understand longevity is a big deal. And if you look, break even for most people between taking it at 62 or taking it at full retirement age or at FRA is somewhere around 79 or for some 80. If you live to 85, you've just given a lot of money back. If you live to 90, a ton of money back. It's a huge deal. But here's the interesting thing. When you're planning your retirement, it is far more about getting what you need and making sure that you don't invite unwanted shortfalls where you don't have enough money. Those are critical parts of this decision. It's not just about timing. Three distinct Social Security benefits: retired workers benefit, that's your benefit that you earned; spousal benefit, that's not based on the spouse filing and getting a benefit that they earned. They get it because their spouse earned it and they're entitled to it. I've been married not quite 50 years. My wife, I have not filed. I'm waiting until my 70th birthday, which is in 8 days. In 8 days, I turn 70, and I've already signed up. I'll get my Social Security. But she can't get her spousal benefit until I'm collecting. No, doesn't matter what's going on with her, she can't get it. Once I collect, she can finally get it. No problem. And then widow and survivor benefits are based entirely on the deceased worker's contributions, nothing to do with the surviving spouse. All right, bipartisan budget of 2015, I'm going to go through in lightning speed, and I apologize for this. This was really important 10 years ago, less important 5 years ago, barely important now, but there's one caveat to it that's added called deemed filing that I have to talk about. I'll just summarize this. Used to be that you could, before 2015, I could have gone in on my 62nd birthday, filed, and then suspended my benefit. Why did I do that? Because if I filed and suspended, my wife could go in literally the next day and file for a spousal benefit and collect. She can't do that anymore because what I just explained. She can't get it unless I'm collecting on my benefit. But they took this away. And it doesn't matter. They took it away in stages. Some of us didn't lose it quite up front, but nobody on this workshop is born prior to May 1st, 1950. And most of us aren't born prior to January 2nd, 54. And if you are, you're already over 70. So it doesn't matter anyway. But if you're born after January 2nd, 54, you can't do this anymore at all. But here's the reason I bring it up. When they changed this law in 2015, they added a thing called deemed filing. Deemed filing means this. When you go in to file, used to be you could say, I'd like the spousal benefit, I'd like my own benefit. You don't have a choice anymore. The largest benefit available to you on the day that you go in and file is the only one that you can take. And the clerks won't even listen to you. They won't even pay attention. They'll just wait for you to fill out the paper, go to their computer, determine what the largest one is, and that's the one you're getting. And once you take it, you're done. You can't change it. For this reason, used to be they had lots of options. Now, the only thing that matters is timing. You should take your benefit at the perfect time for that benefit, for the larger of the benefits. And because you don't have room, you can't take a smaller one and let the bigger one grow and then switch. That's not an option anymore. So you better make sure that when you're taking your benefit, it's the correct benefit, not just today, but for the rest of your life, because it's the only one you're going to be able to use. All right, married couples, for spousal benefits. To qualify, you had to be married for at least 1 full year. Primary worker must have filed. To receive a benefit, again, what I said, my wife can't get a benefit until I'm collecting, not just filing, but collecting. Generally, you must not qualify for a benefit on your own that is equal to or greater than one half of the primary worker's PIA. So here's what this means. If my wife's benefit is even $1 more than half of mine, she can't collect mine. She can collect hers only. That's it. That's the only option she has. And then it's based on PIA, which is primary insurance amount. That's just a long calculation. It's in the workbook that'll explain how to figure that number out, but it's within $1 or two usually of your actual full retirement age benefit. And then you get 50% of that. So here's an example. John's primary insurance amount at full retirement age was $2,000. Jane would be eligible for one half at her full retirement age. She would get $1,000. Pretty simple. All right. If you are taking your benefit at full retirement age, you get 100%. If you take it early as 62, you get 75%. Same thing applies to your spousal benefit. At full retirement age, you get 100% of 50% of your spouse's benefit. But if you file early on a spousal benefit, you get even less. Not 75% at 62, 70%. So in the example we just gave, John's benefit is $2,000. Jane's at full retirement age is half. She would get $1,000. But at 62, she gets 70% of half, $700. And then she gets that for the rest of her life. And then the DRCs, those wonderful 8% plus 8% plus 8% plus 8%, 132% at 70. If you delay taking a spousal benefit, you don't get that. There are no delayed retirement credits on spousal benefits. The maximum benefit you can receive is at full retirement age. That's it. So if you delay, and this happens all the time, maybe you think it's growing. I've seen people do this over the years so much. Then they check, or they see a report or something that shows next year, hey, it hasn't gone up. It's the same amount it was last year, and it will be forever. You'll get a cost of living increase, but that's it. Those DRCs don't apply. So you go back, you call, or you set up an appointment on a Zoom with Social Security, and you say, hey, what's going on? And they explain it to you. You go, okay, well, let's refile back to that date a year ago. No can do. See, on my own benefit, I can file back up to a year, always up to 6 months, but most cases up to a year. But on a spousal benefit, you cannot file backwards, only going forward. You can't collect on previous earned benefits. All right, survivor benefits. At the death of the first spouse, the surviving spouse can receive a maximum of either his or her own benefit. No surprise there. The benefit of the deceased, whichever one makes more sense, whichever one's larger, right? Or 82.5% of the PIA of the deceased if the deceased filed early. This is one of the reasons I get so upset about these guys telling everybody, file early, take your money as soon as you can. Social Security's going broke. Here's the thing. If you're married and you file at 62 and you die the next year, your spouse gets the smaller benefit. If you didn't file, they get your full retirement age benefit. It can make a huge difference because deceased spouses or surviving spouses don't collect two benefits. They only get one, the larger of the two. Well, you may have made a huge error. So this is happening so much. People are so influenced by this scare about whether Social Security is going to be able to pay their bills that in the last 5 years, 65% of us, 2/3 of us, collected our benefits before age 65. 40% 2 in 5 of us took our benefits at 62, the earliest possible date we could. This is having a massive effect on widows and widowers. So much so that the government now steps in and says, look, we did not know this many people were going to take benefits so early. And we just didn't see that coming. And so it has an unintended consequence that's leaving people without enough money. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to bump that 75% to 82.5%, as if you took it a year and a half later. Not much, but at least it's something. All right, most common mistakes: higher wage earner files early, short changes, survivor benefits. This happens all the time. And then both delay past full retirement age. No one claims the spousal benefit, just leaves it on the table, throwing money back to Social Security. All right, divorced spouse benefits. To qualify for divorced spouse benefits, you must have been married for at least 10 full years in a row to the same person. So no stopsies and starties, no switching partners in the middle of the square dance. It's one partner for 10 full years or nothing at all. And that's from the date of the marriage to the final divorce decree. In addition to that, you can't currently be married. If you're divorced, you're entitled to these benefits with a 10-year marriage. But if you remarry, those benefits disappear the day you remarry. You have current spousal benefits, but not until a year. Now, interestingly, if your spouse dies, your second spouse dies, or for some reason the second marriage doesn't work and you divorce, the first marriage benefits that you were married over 10 years, they appear again. They are available to you at that point again. Now, same benefit amounts and reductions apply for early claiming as they do for regular spousal benefits. There's no difference at all between a spousal benefit and a divorced spouse benefit, with one massive exception. I told you, my wife and I, almost 50 years of marriage. She can't get her benefit. Well, she will be able to after July 1st. But she hasn't been able to get it. Her spousal benefit's a lot more than her own benefit, but she couldn't take it. But if we had been divorced for 2 years, that's waived. She doesn't need to wait for me to file. Even if I haven't filed, even if I never file, she's entitled to those benefits. She just has to apply. That's the only difference, and it's huge. All right, Bipartisan Budget Act for spousal or divorced spouse benefits, same principles as for this. You cannot anymore do a file and suspend and go in and take the benefit while your own benefit. You can't. Those benefits, a file deemed filing still applies here as well. But if you're older than your ex-spouse and you're not currently married, you can claim your own benefit as early as 62 and then switch to a larger divorced spouse benefit when your ex-spouse reaches full retirement age. Listen to this. This can be done more than once if there were multiple qualifying ex-spouses with 10-year marriage histories. Now, I don't know how many people have multiple ex 10-year marriages, but I've seen them, many with 2. I've seen a couple with 3. I've never seen 4. That would take some serious timing. But if you have more than one, the government's so generous here, they'll let you pick and choose. You can take the smaller one, let the larger one grow until it maxes out, and then switch and take that one. This is the huge extra benefit that you should be aware of. All right, common mistakes that divorced spouses make, or common questions that they have. Do divorce benefits affect their current spouse, a current spouse? So is my ex's current spouse going to be affected if I file? The answer is no. They could have a current spouse and dependent children. They could have two ex-spouses. Everybody qualifies. Is my ex notified or are they not notified by Social Security Administration if I'm claiming under their record? This is the most common question, and it's most often asked by the actual spouse that's being claimed against. Will they let me know? No, they won't, because it doesn't affect you at all. Here's the thing. Here's the only exception to that. If you're divorced, you have a 10-year marriage, you're divorced, and you are thinking about claiming. It's past the 2 years, and so you're entitled. Here's what you don't know. You don't know how much your ex-spouse made. You don't know if you qualify. You don't know what you would qualify for. If you can prove the 10-year marriage, a marriage license with a 120-month distance between that and the final divorce decree, you get the marriage license at the county you got married in, you get the final divorce decree from the court where the final divorce was decreed. You take those to the Social Security Administration, and they are bound, required to give you the information necessary on your ex-spouse to determine whether or not you qualify. Now, here's the thing. They won't give you all the information. They'll just give you what you need to see if it makes sense and you can do it. That's it. All right. Widows and widowers. To qualify for widow or survivor benefits, you must be at least 60 years old. This is, in fact, the earliest retirement benefit you can claim. Everybody else has to wait at least until 62 for retirement benefits. But you must have remained unmarried. So if your spouse died at age 40 and you remarry, even for a day, you pull a Dennis Rodman, where he and Carmen Electra married for a day in Vegas and woke up the next morning and said, woo, we need an annulment. Even for a day, you no longer qualify. But if you did not marry, you could marry the day after your 60th birthday, and not only do you still qualify, you can receive the benefits while you're married. And then you had to be married at least 9 months prior to the death of your spouse. Couple of exceptions to that. If your spouse was a member of law enforcement in the United States that was killed in the line of duty, a full-time fireman killed in the line of duty, a law enforcement, a member of the armed service of the United States killed in the line of duty, any of those, you can qualify in less than 9 months. But that's it. Okay, I'm going to do a quick case study. This is a widow. I'm going to go through her circumstance. I'm going to show you the options. I want to show you this because timing is everything. And understanding your options is super important. Most of us go to Social Security and say, how much can I get? And that's often the wrong question. So this is Jane, but John, her spouse, never elected to take his Social Security benefits and died at age 64. Benefit at his full retirement age would have been $2,150. Jane's 5 years younger. She was age 59 when he passed away, but she remains unmarried until her 60th birthday. Now she's 60 and she wants benefits. Jane's estimated benefit on her own. This is her benefit, not the spousal benefit or the survivor benefit. But she can't get it until she's age 62. But that's $1,197. So she goes into Social Security. She says, how much can I get? I call this file without thinking because she doesn't have a plan. She's asking them for advice. And here's the thing, folks. Social Security is restricted. They can't give you advice. They're trained not to give you advice. They will not take the responsibility of giving you advice. So she's going in asking for something that they can't do. Here's the thing, though. They'll tell her, oh, you can do this. You can do this. But they won't tell her which one. They won't tell her that she's asking the wrong question. They won't tell her that she shouldn't even be asking this question. But she walks in and says, how much can I get? They'll answer that question. You're 60. The only benefit you're allowed to take is a survivor benefit, but it's not $2,150. That's what you get at full retirement age. At 60, you get $1,537. She says, I'll take it. We're going to do very simple math here. No cost of living adjustments or anything like that. She's 60. We're going to say she lives to 85, 25 more years. 1537, we're not going to add anything to that. She collects that for 25 years, 300 months. She collects over that period of time $461,100. Strategy one says, hey, don't take that benefit. Maybe you're working. Let's say you're making 40 grand a year. Work 2 more years. Work 2 more years. And then take your own benefit. It's only $11.97. That's about $350 less. But take it. Then at your full retirement age, switch and take the survivor benefit. We'll have maxed out at that point to $2,150. When you add those up, again, no cost of living adjustments, just simple math, we get the same, we get a lot more. $538,835, almost $80,000 more than if she had taken it at 60. Now, strategy 2, I think, is the best option. She says, I don't have a job. I'm not working. I need the money. They say, okay, take that benefit, the survivor benefit, the 1537, take it. But remember that other benefit, it's only $1,197, almost $1,200, but you don't even qualify for it until 62. But guess what? If you don't take it at 62, that's still your benefit. You can't take 2 benefits at once, but if you're not taking it, guess what? It grows. It grows all the way to full retirement age. And then it grows all the way to 70 with those DRCs, 8% plus 8% plus 8% plus 8% until you're 70 years old. And at 70, instead of the 1537, it's 2108. And it won't grow past that. It'll get cost of living, but that's it. That's when you switch. By doing that, you took the 538 in strategy 1 and you turn it into 563. More than $100,000 more than doing the first, I don't know what I'm doing, just take it strategy. It pays to know what's available and to keep track. All right. If you decide to take your benefit at 62, 63, 64, age 65, for some of you at age 66, and you continue to earn an income. Mind you, I said earn an income. I don't mean dividends. I don't mean pensions. I mean work-related income. If you do, for every dollar you earn over $24,480 in the year, for every $2 over that, they're going to reduce your Social Security by $1. You earn $10, they're going to take back $5. You earn $100, they're going to take back $50. You earn $1,000, they're going to take back $500. If you have a $2,000 Social Security amount and you make about $58,000 a year, at the end of the year, 100% of the $2,000 that you receive per month, $24,000 for the year, you owe back with interest. This is a horrible way to start retirement. If you are going to continue to work, you need to know the numbers perfect back and forth before you do this, because it is ugly. And worse, the Social Security has an incredible collection system. If you can't pay it, let's say you finally quit your job and now you're living on Social Security, the only money you have is that, guess what? They will still collect it. They'll just not pay you your Social Security check. Or if you're really, really cutting it close to the bone, they'll only collect half. These are places you don't want to explore. Now, in the year that you turn full retirement age, FRA, you can earn up to $65,160 before you turn full retirement age. But if you earn more than that, for every $3 over it, they're going to take $1 back. Now, if you are, look, if you're born after 1960, your full retirement age is your birthday when you turn 67. If that birthday is in January, February, March, you probably don't have a problem here, even if you're working. But if it's October, November, December, and there's a possibility that you could be earning more than 65,160, you got to pay attention to this. I'll tell you one easy way. If you don't want to worry about this at all, you can just wait until January 1st of the year after you turn FRA, or be darn sure that you're not going to run into this and run afoul of it. Now, once you've passed this, once you've hit your FRA, you can earn as much money as you want. You can earn 100,000. You can earn $1 billion, and there's no reduction in your benefit, but you will have a problem with taxes. Now, I wish I could ask you, how many of you knew that Social Security was taxable before this evening? I know I'm surprised at how many don't know, but I've seen that number change. People are getting more and more aware that Social Security has a tax bill. Part of that is the One Big Beautiful Bill last year, where they said they waived taxes on Social Security. That didn't actually happen. It's a euphemism. They didn't take taxes off of Social Security. That would have been wonderful. But what they did is they gave you an extra deduction, $6,000. Now, if you're a married couple, $12,000. But they did that for 3 years, for 2024. 2025, 2026, and 2027. 2028, that deduction disappears. It's already, and you don't have to pass a law. It happens automatically, and there is no deduction. And even if you had that deduction, there's a really good chance you're paying way more than that in Social Security anyway, in taxes. This is one of the things that you've got to be aware of. You have to be aware of. And you have to have a plan for. Now, one of the reasons this one sort of frosts me, it upsets me, and it might upset you as well, is that every one of you, well, first off, Social Security law, signed into law in 1935, written by and signed into law by the same guy, President Roosevelt, was written into law with a very specific clause in the bill that made the benefit tax-free. Social Security was written into law in the original bill tax-free, as a tax-free retirement benefit. How did they justify that? Because you already paid tax on it. So how do we pay tax on it? How do you pay for Social Security? You pay for it with FICA. When you collect a paycheck at someplace on that paycheck, it's got your FICA information here. Here's how much I paid in Social Security, how much I paid into Medicare. That money is taxed. You don't get a deduction for it. You pay tax on it. And because of that, they justified not paying tax in retirement, in when you collect it. Why? Because it was never supposed to be taxed, because it was tax-free income. They're not trying to take seniors and screw them. They were trying to make it easier for them, not harder. But remember, I said in 1983, things changed for Social Security. Congress took a huge. They took a scope on a really powerful gun, and they pointed it at baby boomers, at you and me, and they pulled the trigger. Now, one of the ways they did that was by increasing the full retirement age. I've already talked about that. The other thing is they made Social Security benefits payable without changing the fact that you pay tax on your contributions still. They double dipped. And they did it knowing that it would have a huge effect on you and me, but understanding it's one of the ways they had to do to protect Social Security. I'm going to explain how it works and what went into it and why it's changed. And then I'm going to show you an example of how it's affecting you and why it is so important that you get a handle on this. By the way, some people say, oh, it's not, how hard can it be? This is document 915. You can get it from irs.gov/forms 915. It's 33 pages long to tell you how to fill out taxes with Social Security. Comes with a nice worksheet to make it as easy as possible. This chart that you see here was made by Congress in 1983. This chart is called provisional income. Now, if you haven't written a single thing down tonight, I would write that down, provisional income. If you're single and listening to this, and you have $25,000 of provisional income, then 50% of your Social Security will be taxed at the highest marginal tax rate that you pay. So last dollar tax, not first dollar tax. Your first dollar tax, you pay 10% on. For the vast majority of us, the last dollar tax, we pay 22 or 24. Some of us pay 35. Some of us might pay 43. But the vast majority of us are 22 or 24%. If you earn $34,000 of provisional income, 85% of your Social Security fully taxable at the highest marginal tax rate you pay. Married couples, doesn't matter how you're filing, joint, head of household, separately, doesn't matter. Your combined provisional income is $32,000. 50% of your Social Security is fully taxable at the highest marginal tax rate you pay. If it's 44,000, 85% of it is fully taxable at the highest marginal tax rate you pay. Now, look, this is such a big deal. Some of you are going, wait a minute, how does this work? What's included in provisional income? Let me go through that real quick, and then I'll explain the ins and outs of what you have to pay attention to here. What's included? All your income, all your W-2 income is included, all gross income, all pension income, doesn't matter what kind of pension, military, disability, corporate, government, doesn't matter. All of them count 100%. All wages, all tips, all interest, even though tips aren't counted, you got to file and they're counted. All interest income, all tax exempt interest income. Maybe you're tax savvy and you're buying municipal bonds. So you get interest income, but you don't pay tax on it. Still counts as provisional income under this rule. All 1099 income. Maybe you're doing private work for somebody and they 1099 you, or you're a realtor doing work and you sell a house and you get a 1099. It doesn't matter what the 1099 is for, counts 100%. Some of you are very savvy with real estate income and you invest in real estate. You get rental incomes. You know how to manage a Schedule E, and you get all these deductions. Here's the thing. The rental income counts as provisional income. No discounts or manipulating that with doing depreciation and things. Doesn't work. 100% of your rental income counts as provisional income. All your business income, small business, 1090 or a K1, a partnership, a subchapter S corporation, doesn't matter what it is, all counts as provisional income. In fact, most K1 income is not taxable. And some of it, even as a profit, is paid out to you. It comes in a K1, and you might have gotten a $25,000 K1. Congratulations, but you didn't get the $25,000. The company kept it, reinvested it. It increased your standing, your position in the company in terms of ownership or in terms of what you actually have valued. So when you sell the stock or something, you pay less. But when you get that, it still counts as provisional income. Maybe the company kept it because they wanted to do an expansion or buy new equipment or hire employees. Doesn't matter what the reason is, it still counts as provisional income. Maybe you're like my daughter and son-in-law who take zero deductions on their taxes so they can get she just called me today and said, hey, I'm using my tax refund to buy a used car. She has a daughter that's home from college, and they don't have enough cars in their family, so they're going to go buy it. But they saved enough in tax refund to be able to do that. Congratulations! But here's the thing: 100% of that tax refund this year is taxable and counts as provisional income. All right, here's the fun ones. Do you have an IRA, a 401k, a 401a, a 403b, a 457, a SEP, a SERP, a SLRP? Doesn't matter what kind of tax deferred account you have, 100% of it counts as provisional income. So you put all this money in a 401k or an IRA, and at some point you were encouraged to do that. Maybe your advisor said, hey, it's growing tax deferred. You'll take it out when you're in retirement and your taxes will be low because you'll be in a smaller tax bracket. What they didn't tell you is that you probably aren't going to be. Well, look, 15 years ago, we didn't know what the tax law was going to be today. We had a pretty good guess. But here's the thing. Most of you in retirement are going to be in the same tax bracket within 2% of the tax bracket you were in when you were earning, unless you're earning more than $400,000 today. You're going to be in the same tax bracket. What your advisor didn't tell you when they were encouraging you to put money in these things is that what if by doing this, you're not just going to pay tax on it at a higher rate later, which I got to tell you isn't the most wonderful thing in the world, but what if it also causes you to pay tax on something that you were never intended to pay tax on, your Social Security? In fact, something that you've already paid the tax on, because that's exactly what's happening. That why I say it may not be the smartest thing. Look, many of our clients, most of our clients have money in either 401ks or IRAs, something. They grew tax deferred. It's a wonderful way to grow assets. But, in 1983, if you took $1,000 and put it in a 401k, what'd you get? A 15 or a 20% deduction? Your tax rate was 15 or 20%, so you saved $150 or $200. But that $1,000 over the last 43 years grew and grew and grew. It turned into 2,000, 4,000, 8,000, 16, 32, 64. For most of us, it's over $70,000 if you just kept it in the S&P 500. Now, back then, I can tell you in 1983, I had 3 kids. Well, I had 2.5 kids. 2.5 kids, third one on the way. I had a house with a 17% mortgage. I had a car with a note on it. I had credit card debt. I got to deduct all of that. I don't know that I paid any tax. And I don't know that I paid any tax, but if I did, what did it cost me? Here's the thing. Now the kids are gone. The house is paid for. I don't get a deduction on car interest rates interest anymore. I don't get a deduction on almost anything. So now I pay tax on $65,000, $70,000. If I pay 20% of that, it's 22 or 24. But if I pay 20 on $70,000, it's 14 grand. I saved $150 and it cost me 14 grand. How good a deal was that? But look, that's water under the bridge. We can't change that. You are where you are. And it's wonderful that you've saved a bunch of money. My question is, what do you do to prevent this from getting it again and making you pay tax on something else that you were never supposed to pay tax on? By the way, 50% of your Social Security check counts as provisional income. 50% of the amount of money that you were never supposed to pay tax on counts to see if they can push you into the thing where you're paying tax on the benefits. That's where we're at. By the way, this has never been prorated. If Congress had prorated this at the same rate that Social Security is prorated, that 44,000 would be over 142,000, and I wouldn't be having this conversation. But they didn't. All right, I'm going to do one last case study. I see I'm running out of time, so bear with me. I'm going to go a little fast here. This is a very typical client, 64 and 62, just over 34,000 in combined annual Social Security income if they file for Social Security at 62, at the earliest possible time. Their starting retirement was right about $752,000 in 401ks and IRAs. They want to retire early because they've done well, right? Now, some of you are going, well, what do you mean? That's not enough. Well, I get it. But this couple with only $752,000 has a serious tax problem. And some of you are going, that's a ton of money. I don't have anywhere near that. Yeah. They also have a serious tax. They have a serious running out of money problem. They got it both. We're going to say 6% annual return on their investments, 3% inflation. They need $70,000 per year in inflation adjusted after tax income. And they're living to 86 or 89, respectively. Here's what this looks like. If they file at 62, they're walking away from $186,496 in Social Security benefits. And folks, I don't know if that seems like a lot of money to you, but they need every dime of it to survive retirement. Here's the worst part. They're walking away ignorant of the fact that they need every dime of it. But the worst part is they paid for it. They paid to get that. But they're saying, I don't care. I overpaid. I don't need it. I'm just going to walk away and take what I can get now. Here's what it looks like. This is a cash flow. The blue bars on that cash flow are their Social Security. The orange bars, that's their 401ks, their IRAs, their savings, their qualified savings plans. The graded line, that black line, the curved line, that's the adjusted income, the $70,000 per year in inflation adjusted income. That's their income need. At the end of the orange bars, the white space, the empty space, is empty space. They ran out of money 2/3 of the way through retirement. This couple, do you remember when I said 46.1% of us very early in this conversation end up in retirement dead broke, not enough to fund their own funeral? This couple started with $750,000. That's where they are. I could show you one with much more money that's in the same boat, and certainly with less money, way more often like this. This is one of those things that's preventable, though. I'm going to show you an adjusted cash flow. I'm going to take the exact same couple, not a dime more money. Let me just show you the difference of filing correctly. All I'm going to change is the way they file their Social Security. Look at what happens. It solves the problem. Now, it doesn't take Albert Einstein to figure out that I'd rather have this retirement than this retirement. But the only difference here, look at the difference. If you look at the very beginning of this chart at the bottom, they're filing their Social Security, but it's not enough. They have to start paying money out of their 401ks, their IRAs. If we look at the second chart, we postponed Social Security. They're still retiring at 62, but we're paying down the 401ks and the IRAs. Why? That yellow or orange money that you see there, they never pay tax on it. It's only fair you pay tax on that. You've never paid tax. That was the deal when you put it in. I'll pay the tax on it when I take it out. But the blue money, you already pay tax on. Why in the world would you want to pay tax twice on it? That's how we save this couple. And it's a huge, huge difference. So many of the people I have as clients had advisors before they came to us. Their advisor, they'd ask their advisor, when do I file Social Security? Oh, you've got enough money, file whenever you want to. Look, that could absolutely cost you tens of thousands of dollars. It is so important to know what is in store and what you need to do to make sure that you take advantage of everything to keep you in safety during your retirement. Look, over $100,000 less in federal tax if they don't run out of money. It's a big, big deal. A huge deal. $186,000 more in Social Security. Look, if you look at your statement, your Social Security statement, no cost of living, they won't show it to you. In October, they'll tell us what it's going to be in January every year, but they'll never predict the next year or the next year or the next year. To run any kind of a projection, you have to figure out what the cost of living is going to be. And it assumes that you're going to retire at 70 or 62 or your FRA. What if you don't pick one of those? And maybe the most egregious one at all. My wife and I have been married a long time. We have, since our wedding, one checking account, savings, investments, but they're all joint. We own property together. We own cars together. Every single thing we have is joint. But Social Security looks at her record and my record and will not show me what they look like together. It treats us like we don't know each other. That's crazy. And they will not, cannot offer you advice. AARP says whether you're close to retired or just turning 50, you should check your Social Security earnings statements every single year. It's important to realize that some of those have statutes of limitations. If you've got an error in there, there might be a statute of limitations that already might be too late to fix it. It's one of those things that you've got to know. Every time I do one of these workshops, I offer a complimentary Social Security analysis. I'm going to do the same tonight. I'm going to explain three things. I'm going to tell you what's included in that. I said comprehensive and I said complimentary. So it's not going to cost you anything and it's comprehensive. So I'm going to explain what we do, what's included. I'm going to explain who's going to do it for you. And then I'll explain why I do it, why I offer this. Let's get started. Look, everybody needs to know what their break even is. It's just the first step to do any kind of planning. It's the first thing you need to know. But it's not the only thing you need to know. It's just the first pillar. We'll go into it and give you not just a guess, we'll give you a comprehensive viewpoint of that. It will be easy to understand and implement. It will not take a lot. It will be simple to get. We'll make it easy for you. We'll look at alternatives and shortfalls. What if I don't have enough, Dave? What if I'm doing this and I just don't have enough money? What are the options? What can I do to change that? We'll show you what the options are. And then what are the alternatives? You're showing me this, saying it's the best, but I don't like that. What if I wanted to do it here? What does that look like? No problem. We'll walk you through that, show you in detail, and do the comparison for you. What about retirement income cash flow and tax analysis? Can you save me money in taxes? Yeah, that's what this is about. We'll show you exactly what that means and what it looks like and why it's so critical and so important. And then what about income planning? Am I taking whatever assets I have and I'm projecting an income from that? Have I done that correctly? Have I overestimated how much those assets can produce and how long they can produce it. That's a problem. We'll go into detail with that. But you know what's another problem? What if I've underestimated? This is surprisingly a big problem. People don't really look. The worst case retirement is that you wake up when you're 80 and you've got way more money than you'll ever need. Somebody should have done the work to tell you that 10 years ago, 15 years ago, so you knew, so you could actually enjoy what my parents used to call the golden years. I don't hear that called very much anymore. But look, you if you're going to travel, if you're going to do some interesting things, you're not going to start at 80. And the problem here is many of us don't really know what our income is going to be. We don't really have an understanding in a way with a real retirement plan that tells me what it's going to be so I can actually feel comfortable spending money that I'm too afraid to do, that I stay up at night with one eye open, looking at the futures market to tell what the market's going to do tomorrow because I'm consumed with it. You need to have a real understanding of that to be able to enjoy retirement. All right. And then what about Roth conversions? The only thing that I didn't mention about provisional income, the only thing that's not counted is Roth IRAs. Do not count as provisional income. You can pull money out of those and it doesn't get you to pay tax on your Social Security. So should I be doing conversions? There's a good chance you should be. How much? When? What will it do? How much will I save? What's the plan for next year and the year after, and 5 years and 10 years? How does that look and where will it end me up? We'll walk you through that. And then what about coordinating everything? Look, if you have a retirement plan and it doesn't coordinate everything, your pensions, your Social Security, qualified, non-qualified assets, it doesn't include taxes. It doesn't include projected revenue from Social Security and pensions. It doesn't look at 401ks and IRAs and TSPs and pension plans. You don't have a retirement plan, or at least not one that's worth much. We will show you what you have to look at to be able to do that and do it fairly. All right, if you haven't done this already, go to www.ssa.gov. That is the Social Security website. You will be able to, if you have an account, you'll be able to log in and download your statement. If you don't, you should. And you should take about 5 minutes to set up an account. If it's the first time you're doing that, it'll probably take 10 minutes because you'll have to actually prove who you are. They're going to ask, what car did you own in 1974 or something? They have information like crazy on you, but they'll be able to tell that you know what that information is. And then you'll have that password and login for the rest of your life. And then tonight you'll want to schedule your complimentary analysis. Now, I'm going to tell you two options. If you're concerned about taxes tonight, if you're concerned about filing correctly and you don't want to overpay taxes, you want the least amount of taxes in your retirement possible, and you've got money in 401ks or IRAs or significant amounts of non-qualified assets, you will want to schedule option one. That's the whole kit and caboodle. It's everything I just laid out in our complementary analysis. That's option one. Very simple. Option two. Some of you on this call do not have other assets. The vast majority of what you've got coming in retirement is your Social Security. The laws are set up so that if the only income or very little income other than that is your Social Security, you will not have a tax bill associated with it, with an income tax bill. If Social Security is your income, you cannot pay tax on it. It's physically impossible to do that. The laws and the tax laws are set up so you can't. It's when you have this other assets that forces you to do it. And that's where you need the planning. Here's what you have. You have a question about timing. It all becomes a strategy of when should I file? That's what I've created the workbook for. It will walk you through every different opportunity, every different thing, so you know what's the perfect plan for you in terms of filing. So that's option 2. That's the workbook. Now, if you're option 1, you're going to get a copy of the workbook too, but you won't need it because we're going to walk you through it backwards to forwards. But option 2 is the workbook. Now, I'm going to tell you, I told you I would tell you who would do this for you. I'm going to do that right now. And in the meantime, I'm going to ask our tech team in the chat to put a link up. And I'm also going to set a QR code up for you so you can do that, and you can do it while I'm explaining. Tonight, look, you're very fortunate tonight. I've asked a really good friend of mine, Justin Ponce, to step up and free up his calendar for the next several weeks so that he has time to do this. There are a lot of you on here, but he's going to make time for every single one of you. Let me tell you a little about him and a little about his background and why he is an exceptional person and why you're going to enjoy it. So first off, Justin has a CRPC. This is a designation for the College of Financial Planning. It's a Chartered Retirement Planning Counselor. He's earned that. He's also earned his APMA, his Accredited Portfolio Management Advisor, another designation specifically from the College of Financial Planning. He also carries the same NSSA certification that I carry. That is the only college accredited designation for Social Security and for taxes in the country. Now, on top of all that, Justin's earned an MBA. Less than 5% of financial advisors in our country have that level of depth of knowledge and understanding. Less than 5% have earned an MBA. He also carries a Series 66, which makes him, just like me, a fiduciary advisor. So look, I carry a Series 65. It's the same thing. The 66 is taken with another thing and makes it a 66. But they're essentially the same credentials and qualifications. It makes him a fiduciary advisor, meaning, in fact, we're a fiduciary company. Every single advisor in our company, including my son and myself, are fiduciary advisors. It's the only way we will do business. It means that we are required to act in your best interest, even if it's detrimental to us. Now, what does this mean to you? Look, he is trained in comprehensive Social Security and tax analysis and planning. And he has incredible attention to detail. One of the things I love about Justin is his ability. He's taught himself to do what's called active listening. Active listening is, instead of thinking about what he's going to say when you stop talking, he's actually listening to what you're saying. And because of that deep thinking and deep listening, he's going to hear things that you don't say sometimes as well. And he's going to be able to ask questions about it. It's remarkable. Look, there's so few people on this planet that understand what that means and who are able to quelch their own ego enough to actually want to hear the person that they're dealing with speak and talk from their hearts. Look, here's what I know about him. And here's what I've built my company on. I know, and this is, I told you I would tell you why we do this. Here's why. I built my company doing this. Much more than a decade. This is all I've done. This is the only type of way that I even try to bring on a new client, is actually going through the process without a commitment. It costs us thousands and thousands of dollars to do this. People pay hundreds and hundreds and thousands of dollars for the kind of work we do. We're doing it complimentary for you because it's an opportunity to show you what we do And many of you will be wowed by it, overwhelmed by it. You'll be stunned. It will be unlike anything you've ever seen or heard. And many of you will go, we need more. And look, bless you if you do, bless you if you don't. You need this either way. But we have built our company on showing people what we do, absolutely with no commitment other than here's something that you need and we're willing to provide it. And I am confident that when you see it, you're going to love it. So much so that you might say, we need more. Look, there's absolutely no obligation and no risk to you. It comes with no caveat other than we want to show off. And we have something that when people see it, they're shown off. They really go, wow. And so will you. If you signed up for this, I wish I could, and maybe I will. Maybe I'll be able to talk to you afterwards and just ask for your feedback. But I've so many clients have told us that they never would have joined us if we hadn't done this. Look, you're going to want to do something like this. I'm a huge fan of Costco. I love Costco. I go there almost every weekend. It's crazy. It's crazy on the weekends, but I go because on the weekends, at every nook and cranny of the store, they're passing out something that they're cooking or frying or microwaving. Almost always something I've never seen or heard. And I like to try stuff. I go there because I like to try stuff before I buy stuff. That's what I'm doing here. Nothing else. I'm just showing you the goods and giving you something you really need with the hopes that you go, wow, more, please. That's it. All right. I'm going to ask our tech team to pull up the, thanks for being patient with me, pull up the Q&A, and we'll start taking your questions now. If you've got, if you still have a question, this is the time to type it in. But we're going to go through the ones that are pre-typed right now. But please take advantage of that right now. All right, this is Laura. If I'm a contractor and get a 1099 from my employer, will that be considered a 0 year for Social Security? I'm not sure I understand what you mean by 0 year. Does that count as income? Yes. And if you make enough money that it takes the 2-for-1, so let's say you make $30,000, half of that counts, or all of that counts plus half your Social Security. Yeah, it could totally take your Social Security away. Absolutely. So yeah, the answer is yeah. Great question. All right. Next question. Oh. My tech team says I'm an idiot. No, they say you're talking about qualifying. No, it's not a 0 year as long as you report it on your taxes. So if you get a 1099 and you put it on your taxes, you are going to pay tax on that and you're going to pay the Social Security income tax on it. And it absolutely counts towards your Social Security. Not a 0. It's going to count as a credited year, but you will pay the 12.4% in addition. You're going to actually pay a little over 50% because you're going to pay Medicare too. Great question. All right. Lucy, if spouse is older and does not have enough quarters, no Social Security, he gets 50% of wife's Social Security when she starts. Yeah, as long as he's at least 62 and once you start. Correct. That is correct. Good question. All right, this is Ampy. Can my husband's ex-wife collect the spousal benefit while he's married to me? Yes, she can. Doesn't affect you at all. or your benefits at all. But yeah, she absolutely can. As long as she was married at least 10 years to him, and they've been divorced for at least 2 years, and he's at least full retirement age, and she's at least 62, yes, she could take it right now if that's the case. Lucy, if married, files single, does the spouse taking spousal benefits get taxed if they have provisional income? Yeah, yeah. You could be filing single; it still counts. Both of your incomes count towards the married couple. Meaning 34,000 gets you to start paying tax on 50% of your Social Security. 44,000 is 85% of your Social Security gets taxed. Absolutely, Lucy. Great question. Lucy, the spouse that didn't have their own Social Security but had provisional income, but takes spousal as benefits. Yeah, that's correct. So you didn't have it, but you inherited or you got it from a spouse, either as a spousal benefit or a survivor benefit. Now you have Social Security. As long as you're receiving Social Security, your provisional income is going to count to determine if you pay tax on that Social Security. Correct. Yes. Good question. Cheryl, I know so people pay taxes and some people don't pay taxes on Social Security. Why? Because their income isn't enough. If you just have Social Security, you're not going to pay tax on Social Security. It's when you have other income, particularly. Look, the big problem is 401ks, IRAs. If you have money in those, it's where the problems. It just starts this circle motion that gets worse and worse and worse. That's why, Cheryl. Great question. Okay, Cheryl. I have FERS and TIPS, TSP, plus my Social Security. So, which order do I need to take it? That's a really good question. It depends on how much they are, and how much your Social Security is, and and it might be impossible to avoid paying some tax on your Social Security because you have the pension program and the TSP. But the TSP, look, the TSP might be better converted. I mean, my first question would be, this is one of those things I would suggest you meet with Justin. I would look at the TSP and say, hey, should I be doing Roth conversions before I start taking this? And will that save me money? It will certainly save you money long term, but how much should I be doing and when? And if you've already left, TSP is not a great place to leave your money after you leave government service anyway. It's one of those things that you might want to convert, certainly to an IRA, but I would start talking about conversion and what the options are for you. That's a Justin question. That's one he'll work out for you and give you specifics on. But that's a great question. Good luck. All right, Teresa. I will be 62 in August, and my Social Security income says 951 a month. My husband is 60, still working, has a 401k and annuities, but plans on working until he is 67. Does it make sense for me to take Social Security now? Well, the answer is yes, maybe. So first off, as a couple, he's 60 years old. What a perfect time to start having conversations about doing some tax planning for Social Security, because when he takes those annuities are going to count against him when he takes income from them. You might those are interesting. They can be converted to Roths. The 401k, you definitely can do some conversions. You might want to do that early. The earlier, the better. He's got a while before full retirement age at 67, so you have some time to do that. It's going to depend, and I can't answer that without. I mean, this is a Justin question. I would suggest you to meet with him. It would be really worthwhile. But the answer is, I have a suspicion that it might be worth it. But I don't know. You didn't tell me what his Social Security is, so it's impossible to know what your benefit will be at his full retirement age. You are affected by taking yours early. If you take yours at 62, it is going to lower the amount that you get when you take half of his. It's going to be less than half. And that should be a part of the conversation. That's a Justin one, and he can walk you through that as well. Great question. A little complex, but great question. All right. We've got more. Ampy, thanks, David. You were great. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. I'll tell my wife you said that. Dean, how do I get a book even though I set up an appointment? You're gonna download it, but if you set up the appointment, it should have given you a download to do. But if you will, I'll have our tech team give you an email or something that we can send it, or get you a link to download it right away. Tech, can you do that? But give me the next question before you do. All right, Lucy, formula again for computing monthly Social Security check, which then minuses Medicare and insurance. Um, okay, I'm trying to figure out what you're asking for here, Lucy. So I didn't give a specific formula for computing your monthly Social Security check. It's going to be on your report. So when you go to ssa.gov backslash, or just go to ssa.gov, open up your account or set up an account. When you look at your report, it's going to tell you right then and there what your benefit will be, and then it'll also tell you what your Social Security or what your Medicare charge is going to be. I'm assuming the insurance charge depends on what plan you pick for Medicare. No way to tell you that without you doing that. I'm assuming if you're interested in that, you're at least 65 because you don't get that until then. But it'll tell you exactly what that is, and it'll give you some options. It's not perfect, but it will show you different dates. Now, really important that you tell it if you're going to delay what your income is going to be over the next year or two or three or five, whatever it's going to be before you delay. But that will absolutely get you to that number, and it'll qualify for you immediately. No specific formula other than going to that report, and you can look at that. I mean, I've had weeks that I looked at it 3 times a week on my own, so doing some planning. So it's one of those things I used to go to all the time. Good for you. All right, keep going. Uh, yeah. Okay. I want to understand more about divorce benefits. So it's in the book. Yeah. It'll walk you through everything, and you'll be able to know. But if you qualify for divorce spouse benefits, if you were married for at least 10 full years to the same person, no stopsies and starties. So once you're married 10 years and you are at least 62, and your spouse has either taken their benefit or they're at least full retirement age, you can take your benefit. You get more if you wait, less if you take it early. And uh, the only other caveat on that is if you are married 10 years and your spouse dies and they have a larger benefit than you do, that benefit is actually available to you, not half of it, but the full amount once they pass away. It's essentially you're getting their benefit, just like you were an active spouse. Okay, next question. Lucy, what that spouse has provisional income that he has to claim on taxes filing singly. Yeah, it doesn't matter if they're single or not. If they're your spouse, they're going to be counted together, Lucy. No way around that. And that's why because both of your incomes and both of your decisions about Social Security affect each other. you really need to do some planning together, even if you file separately. Okay. Next question. Where's the workbook? It's if all you're looking for is the workbook, Lynn, go to option two, hit the link. The link's in here, or use the QR code that's on the screen now. Go to it, pick option. It'll ask you some information, option two, and it'll give you a link to download it right away. Okay, at 60 years old, is it best to keep it there as opposed to taking it out? Well, so I don't know. That's a sort of an open-ended question there. It's complex. I don't know what I'm not sure what you're asking. Um, I don't know. Here's what I think you're asking. Should I delay taking the spousal benefit or the survivor benefit? I'm eligible at 60, but is waiting smarter? And the answer is, if you don't need it, it absolutely is smarter. If you're working, you shouldn't take it because it's just going to eat up your benefit. And the longer you wait, the longer you delay, the better it is. It stops growing at your full retirement age. So once you hit 66 or 67, it's maxed out. It does not make sense to wait past that. But at 60, it's going to be a lot more if you wait. And that's probably the best answer. Okay, Steve, I filed jointly in 2025, which means I will be subject to IRMA premiums. What can I do to avoid IRMA? The simple answer is earn less money, which is a terrible answer. IRMA planning, look, I would suggest you meet with Justin. Here's why. The only way to do this is plan income. And there are ways to do that. There are really ingenious ways to do that, but you'll need to formulate a plan, and we'll need to talk with you about a lot of information that there's no way you'd want to provide it here in an open forum. But yeah, there are some things that you can do. And one of the keys, IRMA is temporary, so it looks at your income for the last 2 years. So what you want to do, and the really important goal in IRMA, is to look at it to make sure it's not with you the rest of your life, and how to plan to make sure that doesn't happen. This is a great question, Steve, and I really encourage you. Justin is a really good resource for this. Good deal. All right, this is Deanna. So, when do you need to file for divorce benefits, and how do you maximize it? Well, delaying maximizes it up until your full retirement age. Doesn't make any sense to wait a day beyond that. And then you file for it exactly the same way you do for your own benefits. It is your own benefit. So you schedule a meeting on Zoom with Social Security, and you set it up. What you want to do is make sure you know what that benefit is beforehand. You'll probably need to have a conversation with Social Security Administration before you file I'll call it an exploration meeting to see what the benefit would be, and then do some planning around that and then make your decision. But it's very simple. It's just like filing your own benefit. All right. Lots of questions tonight. I love this. Okay. Next question. Betty, after age 72, you're obligated to take certain amount of money and get get penalized. What is this? It's called RMDs, required minimum distributions. This is a big part of the planning that Justin does. You'll want to know this backwards and forwards. Because those RMDs are what often causes you to pay tax on your Social Security, and you want to have a plan around that. Oftentimes, this means doing a plan to take that money out to some degree before you reach your 72nd birthday to have that plan. The penalty, by the way, if you have a $10,000 required minimum distribution and you don't take it out, the penalty is 50% of that $5,000. Plus, you still have to take it out and pay the tax on it anyway. It is a horrible way to do retirement. So a plan around that makes a ton of sense. And first year it's about a 4.5%, for a little over 4.5% distribution. So if you got $1 million, it's $45,000. This is one of those things that can really throw you into a loop with taxes. So having a plan, doing some planning around this is a big, big deal. Okay. Trizzy, hubby taking Social Security at 65. I'm 60 and working. When I turn 62, I can file to take half of his as Social Security. Can I continue to work, or will it affect ability to get 50%? First off, you won't get 50% at 62. You'll get 70. You get about 70%, 75% of 50%. At 62. If you don't wait till full retirement age, you won't get half. But the other thing is, if you're working, it will just take it all away from you. The earnings test will eat it up. It does not make sense at all to do that. Wait. Great question, Trixie. Okay. Lucy. So his provisional income impacts the tax amount due even filing singly. Yes, 100% correct. Both of yours does. The Rialas are Laris. Annuities and 401k. Yeah, annuities absolutely have to be considered in this, and 401ks absolutely have to be considered in this. Those are two huge issues, and you need a rundown on them. You need a report. You need an analysis to see how they're going to affect you and your Social Security. And if you've got annuities and 401ks, you need tax analysis, 100%. You probably don't know this, but annuities, you pay ordinary income tax on profits, not capital gains. Kathy, at 62, should I begin transferring 401k to Roth? Yeah, it's never too soon to do that, but I would do it with a plan. I highly recommend you meet with Justin before you do it. You don't want to do it harry-carry or harem-scarum. You want to have a very specific plan, and but the sooner the better. The more time you have to do this, the less it will affect your Social Security, the less taxes you will pay, the better outcome for you long term. Ultimately, this is about you being able to spend your money, not Uncle Sam doing it. Great question. All right, next question. Felicia, so is it smart to put maximum amount in a Roth IRA while I'm still working? I'm over 60 now. Yeah, I would. Look, if I could, I've told all my kids, you should never put money in a 401k or an IRA, put it in a Roth. But there are some restrictions. Income is a restriction. But there are ways around that. There are backdoor Roths. There are all sorts of things to do. But if you have money in 401ks now, the bigger question is, should you be transferring that into Roths, doing conversions, have a tax plan? I highly recommend that. That's why we do this. That's why Justin's available. He's complimentary right now. You should take advantage of that. But the answer is, yeah, absolutely. If your employer matches that, oh my goodness, that's such a good deal. By the way, the employer match part it's not really Roth, but it's okay. It's free money. Okay, next question. Sema Allen. I understand from Social Security, if one has a disabled loved one, your Social Security can change. No, your Social Security can't change. I think there's some fallacy out there. If you have disability income, and say you're 60 or 62, what happens when you turn FRA, full retirement age? The answer is almost nothing. The amount you're receiving, you received early, that's the amount you're getting. Now, you get cost of living increases, but it won't go up. You won't get a bigger retirement. Your disability payout is based on your retirement income, but you received it early, so you get less. So here's what happens: you get the same amount, it's just at full retirement age, it stops coming out of the disability account and starts coming out of the retirement benefit account. There are actually two of those, each one. And but it's semantics for you. The answer is it doesn't change anything. There you go. And it certainly doesn't affect yours. Uh, Dean, thank you. Appreciate the feedback. Betty, thank you. Appreciate your feedback too. All right, Amy. My husband died before he was 60. He was on disability. Is there any widow benefit? Yes, absolutely. 100% there is. I'm currently 63. Yeah, no problem. You're entitled and you could take it right now. In fact, you might want to do that and then postpone taking your own and let it grow until it maxes out. Maybe it's full retirement age or maybe it's 70. Now, here's the thing: he'll have a benefit, but it might be less than you realize because he took it early for disability. But it's still there, and half of it, not half, 100% of it is available to you. So it's absolutely a good plan. Definitely something you should do. Okay, next question. See, we're getting to the end here. Lucy, please have someone contact me to schedule an appointment. Can't scan code while watching. Here's how you do that. Well, first off, you can click the link, but if you want to scan the code, take a screenshot of it, and then open up the screenshot and touch the when you point the camera to take a screenshot, it's going to give you that circular, not circular, but oval yellow or orange piece. When you open your screenshot, you can touch that; it'll take you right to it. But we'll send you a link. I'll have our tech team put that on there, and we'll leave this open. So when I stop in a minute, we'll repost the link at the bottom, so you can just do that as well. Tech, can I see you shake your head, telling me that you get that? We're going to repost the link at the end and leave it there for a minute. Okay, thanks, Lucy. All right. Where are we? Oh, there it is. Lucy, he just added it for you. Betty, this is amazing information. Look forward to consultation. Thanks, Betty. You're going to really enjoy him. It's really, really wonderful. Okay. Amy. Oh, thanks, Amy. Appreciate it. Appreciate the feedback. You're very welcome. All right. That's it. Okay. We will leave this up for 5 minutes or so you can get that link at the bottom and jump on, Lucy, and anybody else that needs it as well. Thank you. I can't. Oh, look at how many people are still on. Lots of questions tonight. Thank you for them. I really enjoy it when you do that. All right. I'm going to wish you good night, good luck, good planning, and may you all have a wonderful, blessed, well-earned retirement. Thanks, everybody. Say good night now.